Very pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the BC softball field on the campus of Brevard College. NCAA Division III softball coming up shortly as the Covenant Scots come to town to take on the Brevard College Tornadoes. Second home date of the season for the Tornadoes. We got things started here at the BC softball field last weekend versus Agnes Scott. Started the season in Macon, Georgia with a pair of wins versus Wesleyan, and today's assignment, the Covenant Scots. Glad you're able to join us. Stick with us. We'll get things started here within 8-9 minutes or so. We'll have first pitch, and Scots and Tornadoes, college softball, coming up shortly. Welcome to the BC softball field on the campus of Brevard College. A chilly Friday afternoon. Currently 51 degrees, feels quite a bit colder than that as the wind chill kicks in from time to time. Savannah Barr will get the start for the Tornadoes in the circle. And the Tornadoes defensively as follows. Reagan Winkler at first base. Anna Graves at second. Shortstop is Riley Locklear. At third base, Jaden Harlow. The catcher is Olivia Martinez. And in the outfield, from left to right, Carly Queen, Summer Christ, and Addie McDougall. Meanwhile, leading off for Covenant, is Gracie LeClay. LeClay, the starting center fielder. So Gracie LeClay, Madison Taylor, Ashlyn Gaines. They hit 1, 2, 3 for the Scots. Haley Russell, Isabella Duran, and Kathleen Carpenter, 4, 5, 6. The 7-hole hitter is Cassidy Phillips. Lexi Tinknell bats 8th, and Kaylee Barnett bats 9th. As we are just about to get started here, had a ceremonial first pitch from Jacob Tudgy, athletic trainer, in celebration of National Athletic Trainers Month. Appreciate all that the athletic trainers do across the country. And we are ready to get started. Lackley versus Savannah Barr. And first pitch off the mark at 1:02 p.m. Eastern Time here at the BC softball field. And Lackley gets ahead early, 1-0. Lackley, the sophomore from Dalton, Georgia, Northwest Whitfield High School. And she slaps that to the left side of the infield, and that's going to be a base hit. Harlow took a stab at it, and then Locklear came up with it, but LeClay too quick and able to get the infield single. Runner on base for the Scots early on. That'll bring up Madison Taylor batting from the right side, the right fielder. Here's the pitch. Runner going, ball's in the dirt, and that'll be a stolen base for LeClay. So some aggressive work on the base pass early on from the leadoff hitter LeClay. Slaps an infield single to short and then steals second promptly on the very next pitch. So now a 1-0 count, runner in scoring position with no outs to Madison Taylor. Pitch there is fouled off. 1-1. Savannah Barr, starting pitcher for the Tornadoes. Sophomore out of Sparta, Tennessee. Transferred to Brevard from Culver Stockton. One, runner on second. The pitch to Taylor. Slap to the right side of the infield. Well done there, as Anna Graves is able to make a nice play at second base for out number 1. Runner moves to third in the meantime. Anna Graves, part of that exciting freshman class. Big-time defensive play there. Not afraid to get down in the dirt and dig it up and flip it over to Winkler for out number 1. Pitch there, low, ball 1. Ashlyn Gaines, the 3-hole hitter for the Scots. Tornadoes under the direction of Bree Sharon, assisted by Taylor Hanna and Emily White. Covenant's head coach is Bill Higley. Pitch there gets past Martinez. It's going to be ruled a wild pitch, and the run scores. So some great work on the base paths by the leadoff hitter of the Scots, Gracie LeClay. Infield single, steal a second, moves to third on a ground out, and then scores on the wild pitch. And just like that, the Scots are ahead 1-0. So base is now empty with one out. And the pitch, low, ball 2. Ashlyn Gaines, a senior for the Scots, out of Peachtree City, Georgia. Called strike there. Good-looking pitch from Barr. Sun starting to peek its way through the clouds, warming things up a bit here at the BC softball field. Was borderline frigid this morning on the campus of Brevard College. Here's the 3-1. Across the plate, 3-2. So last couple pitches, Barr's done a nice job locating On deck is Haley Russell for the Scots. Here's the pitch. Grounder to short. Locklear comes up with it and makes the play to Winkler for out number 2. So 2 down, and that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Haley Russell. Russell, a freshman from Churchill, Tennessee. Balanced roster for Covenant. You see freshman class and sophomores, juniors, seniors on up the list. First pitch missing there, 1-0. Crowd starting to file in here at the BC softball field. Had a big crowd for opening day this past weekend versus Agnes Scott, despite some very windy conditions, as that foul tip makes it 1-1. Classes winding down before the start of spring break for Brevard College students today. We'll have BC Tornadoes athletic action throughout next week during spring break for the academic year. Women's lacrosse will be in action tomorrow. Got a number of men's lacrosse home matches as well. Swing and a miss there. Barr able to blow that past Russell. And a 2-2 count here with 2 outs, nobody on, a 1-0 lead for Covenant. Top of inning number 1. The pitch. Outside, 3-2. And the payoff pitch. Missing there, so it'll be a base on balls and a runner at first. That'll be Russell. And the inning will continue for the Scots as Isabella Duran steps to the plate. Isabella Duran, listed in some rosters as Izzy Duran, so I'm sure she may go by both names. First pitch, a called strike. Runner going, and second stolen base of the inning for the Covenant Scots as Russell takes second. Duran out of Riverview, Florida, which is in Hillsborough County. west of Tampa. Just on that, check that east of Tampa, on the east side of I-75 on the west coast of Florida. Here's the 1-2. Missing there, 2-2. Baseball hitting the road this weekend. Playing a series in the state of Alabama. Missing there, 3-2. And softball will hit the road for the majority of their spring break. Playing a bunch of games down in South Carolina. So full count, runner on second, 2 outs. Pitch from Barr. This is lifted to center field, and that'll make its way all the way to the warning track, and it's a RBI double for Duran. So 2-0 Covenant on top. They're able to capitalize with 2 outs. Barr really was so close to getting out of this inning with that full count, but then gave up the walk, and now a double brings home another run. And that'll bring up Carpenter. "23 pitches thus far for Savannah Barr, through just 5 batters faced. And the Scots extend the inning even further. Here's Kathleen Carpenter, starting first baseman for the Scots. Kathleen Carpenter, interestingly enough, her hometown is Kathleen, Georgia. Pitch there. Across the plate, strike 1. Kathleen, Georgia, south of Macon, south of Warner Robins. And the home of Kathleen Carpenter. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The pitch from Barr. Outside, ball 2. Here's the 2-1. Driven to left field and gone. A home run for Kathleen Carpenter, and the Scots with 2 outs. Really capitalizing on some opportunities here. And just like that, a 4-0 lead for the Scots. As looks like we're going to have a change here. And new pitcher for the Tornadoes. It'll be Elizabeth Osciello. As she will relieve Savannah Barr as Covenant stoked a 4-run lead here in the top of the first. So a 4-0 lead for Covenant. Elizabeth Osciello has entered the contest. Osciello, exciting newcomer for the Tornadoes, left-handed junior out of Tavares, Florida. Middle part of the Sunshine State. A lot of softball in that area. There's a huge national training complex in Claremont, Florida, not too far from Tavares. Here's the 1-1, high, 2-1. Well, Osciello had a great start to her Tornado career at Wesleyan back on February the 17th. They shut out 5 innings to get the win, allowed just 6 hits, 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. As this is lifted by Phillips to left field, and Tornadoes able to get that 3rd out. We'll head to the bottom of the 1st. Your score, Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Head to the bottom of the 1st. 4-0 Covenant. First chance for the Tornadoes swinging the bat.
Leading off for your Tornadoes, the right fielder from Topsail, North Carolina, number 20, Addie McDougal.
Addie McDougal will be the leadoff hitter for the Tornadoes. Olivia Martinez bats 2nd, Summer Chris 3rd, Riley Locklear 4th, Reagan Winkler 5th, Anna Graves in the 6th hole, Jaden Harlow 7th, Addison Smith 8th, and Carly Queen 9th. That's your batting order for the Tornadoes. As Addie McDougal, who to open this season won the USA South Conference Rookie of the Week award. McDougal, freshman from Topsail, North Carolina. Starting pitcher for Covenant is Charlie Clark. Clark is a redshirt freshman from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Defensively, the infield for Covenant. Gaines is the catcher. Carpenter at first base. Phillips at 3rd. Barnett at short. And Duran at 2nd. The outfield for Covenant and left field is Haley Russell. In center field is LeClay. And in right field, Madison Taylor. Swing and a miss there, so a strikeout to get things started for Charlie Clark's outing. That'll bring up Olivia Martinez. Senior season for Martinez. And the pitch. High, ball one. Emily White is coaching in the third base box. Head coach Bree Sharon over at first. Here's the 1-0. Grounder to second, and play is made there by Duran. For out number 2, that'll bring up Summer Christ. Sophomore from Williamston, South Carolina. Goes with the Bad Company walk-up music. Some classic rock here at the BC softball field. Pitch there. Cross the plate, strike one. Here's the 0-1. Grounder again to the second baseman, Duran, who flips it over to Carpenter for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Clark and the Scots. We'll head to the second. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Back here at the BC softball field, Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Game 1 of a doubleheader here on a Friday afternoon. Lexi Tinknell will lead off for the Scots as Osceola goes back to work. She was able to retire the one batter she faced for that third out in the first inning in relief of Savannah Barr. Grounder, and Harlow makes the play to Winkler for out number 1. So quick first out by Osceola and the Tornado defense. And that'll bring up Kaylee Barnett, starting shortstop for the Scots. First pitch low outside, ball 1. Grounder handled by Harlow, and close play at first. When Barnett able to hustle it out and earn the infield base hit. And back to the top of the order. Player that really got everything started for the Scots in that first inning, Gracie LeClay. And ruled a base hit. The ball was spinning right around the batter's box. And home plate umpire decides to call that a fair ball. Martinez thought it was foul. Pretty much everybody in the BC softball field vicinity thought it was foul. But the one opinion that counts, the home plate umpire thought differently, and LeClay hustled it out for another base hit. And then a play's made at third. Caught stealing is Barnett, as tag is laid down there by Locklear, the shortstop. So Martinez, nice job gunning down the base runner, Barnett, and Locklear, great job covering third to make the play. So that eliminates the lead runner. Runner at first is LeClay. This was going to get past Martinez, be a wild pitch. And LeClay takes second. Madison Taylor at the plate, a 2-1 count with 2 outs here in the top of the second. The pitch. Grounder to Harlow, and she makes the play to Winkler for out number 3. So Tornadoes able to retire the Scots. And we'll head to the bottom of the second, 4-0 Covenant. So second time to the plate for the Tornadoes. Riley Locklear will lead off for Brevard here in this bottom of the second. Locklear, Winkler, and Graves, 4, 5, 6 hitters, due up here. Good looking pitch there from Charlie Clark, 1-1. As that's fouled out of play towards the Frank Patton track. See some of the track and field athletes here at Brevard College getting a workout in this afternoon, as swing and a miss there. Locklear goes down swinging, and that'll bring up Reagan Winkler, junior out of Valdez, North Carolina. First baseman for Brevard. First pitch swinging, lifted to right field, and making the play is Taylor for out number 2. Bring up Anna Graves. One of several freshmen who've cracked the starting lineup. Graves, the starting second baseman. It's in the 6 hole. Freshman out of Blythewood, South Carolina, Westwood High School. Graves and McDougal, part of the starting lineup. Also Addison Smith. One, two the count after that big swing from Graves. And strike 3, so Charlie Clark looks sharp as we'll head to the 3rd inning, 4-0 Covenant. Back to action here at the BC softball field. Glad you're able to join us. As Osceola goes back to work, and that's called foul. So 0-1 the count. To Ashlyn Gaines. Gaines lifts this to right field. And the play is made by McDougal for out number 1.
Up to bat for the Scots, number 18, Haley Russell.
Haley Russell will step to the plate, starting left fielder. Bats in that cleanup spot. First pitch to Russell, outside, ball 1. Check that, strike 1. Late strike call from that home plate umpire. Done a little differently in softball than what baseball fans might be used to in terms of how the umpire indicates the strike call. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Now 1-2, so another called strike. Pitch there off the plate. 2-2. Swing and a miss there. Beautiful pitch from Osceola for out number 2. So bring up Duran. Duran had a double back in the first inning. The on-deck hitter, Carpenter, hit a home run. There's a big opening statement from Covenant in the first, but ever since, Osceola has been doing exactly that, keeping these Scott hitters in check. 0-2 the count. Pitch there outside, 1-2. Wind starting to pick up. Nothing like we saw this past weekend on Saturday. Absolute dust bowl here at the BC softball field. As pitch there outside, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Grounder to Winkler. Makes an easy play at first for out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 4th. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Back here at the BC softball field, Covenant with a 4-0 advantage here in the 4th inning. Or bottom of the 3rd, rather. As grounder there, and 4-3 put out for a quick first out. I'll bring up Addison Smith.
Addison Smith.
Part of that freshman class we've been talking about for the NATOs. Charlie Clark missing on that first pitch. Here's the 1-0. Across the plate, 1-1. Tornadoes in their all-black uniforms. Covenant with the black pants and blue jerseys. White numerals, white trim. Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball to make it 2-2. Here with 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. High and outside, ball 3. Swing and a miss. And that'll be out number 2. As Carly Queen will step to the plate for her first at-bat. Congrats to the Brevard College women's tennis team, improving to 4-0 on the season after defeating Truett McConnell 5-2 yesterday. BC men's tennis off to a good start as well. They fell to Truett McConnell, but that was just their first defeat of the season after a 7-0 start for the BC men's tennis team. Carly Queen, senior from Mocksville, North Carolina. Here's the 1-2 to Queen. Swing and a miss, so another strikeout for Clark. We'll head to the fourth. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Back here at the BC softball field, a 4-0 advantage for the visitors from Covenant. Carpenter, Phillips, and Tinknell due up for Covenant as Elizabeth Osceola, who's looked sharp since entering this game in relief, will go back to work in the circle for the NATOs. Carpenter, as she steps to the plate, hit a 2-run home run in the first inning that made it 4-0. So see if Osceola can quiet the big bat of Carpenter, who already has a home run and 2 RBI to her credit. And well struck there, but handled nicely by the left fielder Queen. 1 pitch, 1 out in the top of the fourth. So Osceola able to contain Carpenter. That'll bring up Phillips. Pitch from Osceola. Just missing. 1-0. Osceola gets the call of the pitch and misses again outside. 2-0. This is popped up and out of play. Foul ball. Phillips was the first batter that Osceola faced when she came in as the relief pitcher in the first, and she's able to retire Phillips for the second time on a sharply hit line drive to Harlow. So Phillips, a fly out to left and a line out to third, and Osceola has retired her twice. 2 outs now. And that'll bring up Tinknell. Tinknell grounded to third in her first at-bat. Pitch. Across the plate there. Nicely done from Osceola, 1-1. One, two. And the pitch. High, 2-2. 2 outs, nobody on. And called strike 3. A backwards K for Osceola, who's been excellent since entering this contest. Her second strikeout. And we'll head to the bottom of the 4th. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Back to action here at the BC softball field.
From Top Sale, North Carolina, number 20, Addie McDougal.
Back to the top of the order we go for the Tornadoes, as Addie McDougal, Olivia Martinez, and Summer Christ, the 1-2-3 hitters, are due up. This is sliced down the left field line and foul and out of play. Tornadoes still looking for their first base runner. Addie McDougal bats on the left side. The pitch. Missing there. Good discipline from McDougal. 1-1. And fouled and out of play. 1-2. Conversation between the home plate umpire and the head coach of Covenant. Not sure what this is all about. Bill Higley. Now some conversations with Brevard College head coach Bree Sharon. And out of the batter's box, Addie McDougal is going to be retired. So 1 out. And Martinez flies out to right, so
Up to bat for the Nados, the center fielder, number 32, Summer Christ.
that'll bring up Summer Christ. As McDougal was retired for stepping out of the batter's box on a pitch. Martinez flies out to right. And that'll bring up Christ. Chris grounder to third. And the play's made. So 1-2-3 inning for Clark, and Covenant will head to the bottom of the 5th. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Number of changes for Brevard College. Annalie Morris has entered the contest. Actually, she'll be making her Brevard College softball debut, a dual sport student athlete. Also plays basketball for Brevard College. She'll now be playing right field. Gabby Hooper enters the contest as well. She'll be at short. Bailey Owen, freshman from Rosman, North Carolina, is now playing second base. And new center fielder for the Tornadoes as well. That's Michaela Jones. So a number of changes for the lineup card of the Tornadoes. As pitch there, high. 1-2. Pitch from Masiello. Fouled out of play. Barnett, the 9-hole hitter. 9-1-2 due up here for Covenant. Barnett, LeClay, and Taylor. Here comes the 1-2. Well struck to right field, and that's going to be a base hit. And then making the play at third, the Tornadoes defense, nice job there, so credited as a double. And 9-4-5 on the putout. So Annalie Morris, who had just entered the game, making her Brevard College softball debut, immediately tested out there in right field. She made a big effort to try to catch the fly ball, and then popped up quickly, darted the softball back into the infield, and the Tornadoes able to make the play. And then a quick out there, line out to Harlow. So what looked like a tenuous situation for the Tornadoes just moments ago on that well-struck ball to right field by Barnett. And just in a matter of moments, it's now 2 outs, nobody on. Pitch there, strike one. Annalie Morris, she had a great year as a freshman on the women's basketball team. Part of the team that broke the school record for wins in a season with 20 and finished second in the USA South Conference. Now we get to see what she's all about on the softball field. Freshman from Rockmart, Georgia. Here's the 0-2. That's fouled. Out of play by Taylor. If the inning continues, Gaines awaits on deck for the Scots. She's in that sort of in-between situation where as the starting catcher, she's got some of her catching gear on, but she's got a bat in her hand in the on-deck circle at the same time. Johnny on the spot, ready for any situation, as this is lifted to center field for out number 3. So Tornadoes able to get it done there in the 5th. We'll head to the bottom half of the 5th. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. So Gabby Hooper will step to the plate. Hooper, who just entered the game as a defensive substitution at short. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Tornadoes still trying to find their first base runner of this contest, and we're here in the 5th as this is lifted to left field for out number 1. Russell making the play in left. Bring up Reagan Winkler.
Baseman number 9, Reagan Winkler.
Bailey Owen awaits on deck. First pitch to Winkler, called strike. Covenant, a member of the Collegiate Conference of the South, the CCS. Brevard, of course, member of the USA South Conference. There wasn't a time that long ago that these two were conference rivals in the USA South. Had a lot of great matchups over the years across all of our sports here at Brevard College. And good to see that the two teams still able to get together in a number of sports, including softball. So Reagan Winkler's at-bat will continue. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Pitch from Clark. Missing there, 2-2. Temperatures continuing to warm up a bit here. Well, we'd hardly call it warm. Still on the chilly side. In the 50s with considerable wind at times, making it feel like it's more like in the 40s. But the sun has come out here at the BC softball field, and overall, pleasant conditions for these student athletes. Here's the 2-2. Fouled back. Winkler's at-bat will continue. And the pitch. Well done by Winkler to lay off that offering, and the count will run full. Grounder to third, and able to make the play there is Phillips. And that'll bring up Bailey Owen.
Up to bat for your NATOs, number 19, Bailey Owen.
So Bailey Owen will step to the plate. Another part of that freshman class out of Rosman, just down the road from us here at Brevard. First pitch, a called strike to Owen. Swing and a miss, 0-2. So Clark getting ahead quickly. Pitch there outside. First career at bat for Owen as a collegiate player. Clark continues with the upper hand. 1-2-3 inning for Covenant. We'll head to the sixth. 4-0. Covenant on top. To the top of the sixth we go. Covenant 4, Brevard 0. Elizabeth Osceola has been sensational as she makes another out there, helping her own cause. 1-3 on the putout.
Up to bat for the Scots, number 18, Haley Russell.
Osceola has now pitched 4 2/3. No runs, 3 hits, 2 strikeouts, no walks. As here's Haley Russell. First pitch swinging, and that'll be an inside infield hit. Kind of an unlucky break for Osceola. Threw a good pitch. Ball wasn't hit hard. It was just spinning kind of in the right trajectory to make the play nearly impossible for Harlow, and infield hit in the process. I'll bring up Duran. Duran had the big double back in the first. Florida native. Here's the 1-0. Fouled out of play. Some enthusiastic ball shaggers here at the BC softball field. Great to see fans of all ages. Even some of the four-legged variety. As runner going and able to beat the tag there, Gabby Hooper did everything in her power to try to lay down that tag, but it's going to be a stolen base for Russell. Two balls, two strikes, one out. Pitch there, outside. And ground out there. Runner's going to go to third in the process. 4-3 on the putout as Duran's retired, and that'll bring up Carpenter. Windy conditions here. Hang with us. We'll do our best to get you a better camera shot. As equipment's getting blown from side to side here at the BC softball field. These wind gusts coming off the mountains. Here's the 0-1. Outside 1-1. Top of the sixth inning. Runner at third with 2 outs. Pitch to Carpenter coming here. It's a good one. 1-2 the count. Carpenter, one of the team captains for the Scots. And a swing and a miss. Osceola with her third strikeout, and it was a beauty with that runner on third being stranded. We'll head to the bottom of the sixth. 4-0 Covenant. Well, Clark will head back to the circle. 5 innings pitched, 15 batters faced. No base runners for the Tornadoes. 6 strikeouts along the way. So see if the Tornadoes can crack the code as this is put into play. And that'll be ruled an error, but a base runner aboard, so that breaks up a perfect game. And Harlow takes first base on the error by the right fielder, Taylor. And we'll have a runner at first. That'll be Kaylee Marr. So Marr, the freshman at first, so some speed on the base paths, and Michaela Jones will step to the plate. First pitch called strike. So perfect game broken up. No hitter still alive for Clark. As ground ball there, and there's the base hit the Tornadoes have been looking for, then misplayed on a throw, and that's going to score a run, make it 2 runs, as the Tornadoes, just like that, have cut the lead in half. Oh, my.
We got a 2-run shot from number 2, Michaela Jones.
Michaela Jones lays down a bunt. Marr was on the move, the pinch runner. Jones beat out the throw to first for the infield base hit. And then an errant throw trying to catch Marr on the base paths results into 2 runs for the Tornadoes on the error. And just like that, it's a 4-2 lead as the fortunes have changed quickly here. Covenant, 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors now. Errors on back-to-back plays.
The catcher, number 99, Alyssa Boris.
And Alyssa Boris will step to the plate. Sophomore from South Carolina. So Tornadoes with suddenly some momentum here in the 6th. Just a couple minutes ago, we were talking about potential perfect game for Charlie Clark. Now she's given up 2 runs and a hit. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Boris at the plate. Annalie Morris on deck. And another base hit for the Tornadoes. As a tight play over there at first. As Taylor tried to make the throw. Meanwhile, pinch runner coming in.
Number 24, Annalie Morris.
Courtesy runner will be Carly Queen. Carly Queen now running at first.
Running at first base is number 4, Carly Queen.
So Queen, the runner at first. She re-enters because that was her spot that Boris had hit in. Boris does her job with the base hit to right. Queen now the runner at first, and Annalie Morris with her first collegiate at-bat. Freshman dual sport athlete came up with a nice play in right field after entering the game as a defensive substitution. 1 ball, 1 strike to Morris. Morris fouls that back, 1-2. So Queen, the base runner at first. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Tornadoes seeing if they can keep this momentum cooking. Here's the 1-2. Fouled, out of play. Count will remain 1-2. Olivia Martinez awaits on deck. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. So Clark able to retire Morris, and that'll bring up Olivia Martinez with 1 out and a runner on. Martinez shows bunt and then takes for ball 1. Runner going, and Queen's going to be gunned down at second. Nice throw by Gaines. Nice tag by the shortstop Barnett. And base runners nullified. 2 outs now. And nobody on. Tornadoes, 2 runs here in the 6th inning. As grounder there, bobbled momentarily, but then the play's made by Duran for out number 3. But the Tornadoes able to get 2 runs in the process. We'll head to the top of the 7th. Covenant 4, Brevard 2. Seven, 8, 9 hitters due up here for Covenant in the top of the 7th after the Tornadoes cut the Covenant lead in half. 4-2 now your score. Phillips, Tinknell, and Barnett due up as Elizabeth Osceola continues her outing. Came in relief back in that 1st inning. 5 1/3 innings. No runs, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts, no walks. She's thrown 58 pitches. Her first assignment here in the 7th, Phillips. And quick out there, comebacker to Osceola for out number 1. This is big if Osceola can continue to contain Covenant, give the Tornadoes a shot in the bottom of the 7th, keep this deficit right at 2 runs. And the pitch. Ball 1. Martinez, the battery mate for Osceola. Here's the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Tinknell, the designated player for Covenant. Barnett on deck. The pitch. Popped up. Shallow left field. Gabby Hooper is able to make the play from her shortstop position. And that'll be out number 2.
Batting for the Scouts, number 12, Kaylee Barnett.
It'll bring up Barnett, starting shortstop, 9-hole hitter. Junior out of Coleman, Alabama. Pitch there, low, ball 1. Big shout out to Jacob Tudgy, assistant athletic trainer. Celebrated earlier today as part of National Athletic Training Month. Threw a strike right down the middle in the ceremonial opening first pitch. Had some heat on it as well. Here's the 1-1. Missing there, 2-1. Jacob, part of a outstanding athletic training staff here at Brevard College. Came to Brevard from Iowa State. The Cyclones. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Big thanks also to the Brevard College volleyball team helping us out behind the scenes this afternoon. Annalie Morris is going to flag that down in foul territory. Nicely done in right field by Morris. And Osceola able to retire the Scots once again. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Opportunity here for the Tornadoes. Covenant 4, Brevard 2. So Summer Christ will lead off for the Tornadoes as the Bad Company walk-up music gets Christ and the Tornado dugout fired up here. Big kudos to our public address announcer, Eric Freed, as well, getting the crowd up and on their feet. Here's the 1-0. Low, 2-0. So nice plate discipline from Summer Christ. Getting ahead of Clark, 2-0. She fouls this off, 2-1. Andrea Furr awaits on deck. Pinch hitting situation for Furr. As good looking pitch there from Clark. That had all sorts of spin rate going. 2-2 the count. And called strike 3. And that'll be out number 1. As Andrea Furr steps to the plate. Sophomore out of Ridgefield, North Carolina, Greystone Day School. Winkler awaits on deck. Furr at the plate. Tornadoes have some work to do here. Down by 2. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th. Oh, 2 now, your count to Furr. And the pitch. High, 1-2. Fouled back and out of play. Count remains 1-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. The Furr at-bat will continue as she stays alive there with that foul ball. The 2-2. Fouled off yet again. Lays off that pitch, so the count runs full. And the 3-2. Fouled off and out of play. And the at-bat will continue. An absolute battle between Clark and Andrea Furr. This next pitch coming will be the 10th of the at-bat. And Furr fouls off once again, so we'll head to an 11th pitch here in this at-bat. Here's the 3-2. Driven deep to right field, over the head of the right fielder, Taylor. And it's going to be a double for Furr. An 11-pitch at-bat that results in a double. Big-time stuff from Andrea Furr. What an at-bat from Furr. Evie Layton
Up to bat for your NATOs, the first baseman, number 9,
will
Winkler.
run at second. So Evie Layton will be the pinch runner at second after the Furr double. One of the best at-bats you'll see here at the BC softball field as Furr took it 11 pitches. And then blasted a double to right field over the head of the right fielder, Taylor. Layton now running at second. Reagan Winkler at the plate. Winkler represents the game's tying run. A 4-2 game here in the bottom of the 7th. Clark, though, has other ideas as she gets that pitch past Winkler, 0-2. Pitch there just missing. Winkler, nice job laying it off. 1-2 the count. Winkler now fouls this out of play down the right field line. "4-2 your score, runner at second, one out. The pitch to Winkler. Fouled the other direction towards the BC dugout. And the 1-2. Just missing there, 2-2. Well hit to left field, and Layton will advance to third on the play. Runners on the corners. Back-to-back base hits by the Tornadoes. And time is called by Covenant's head coach Bill Higley. He's going to have a word with starting pitcher Charlie Clark. Clark was perfect through 5 innings. And the Tornadoes have suddenly come on. Meanwhile, Peyton Weiss will hit for the Tornadoes. She replaces Bailey Owen. So Peyton Weiss with an opportunity, the sophomore from Candler, North Carolina.
Up to bat for your NATOs, number 14, Peyton Wise.
Clark now at 70 pitches. Layton, your base runner at first. Winkler at first, rather. Layton at third. Winkler represents the tying run. Peyton Weiss at the plate represents the winning run for the Tornadoes. First pitch, ball. 1-0 the count. And Weiss fouls that back out of play, 1-1. Jaden Harlow awaits on deck. As that's fouled out of play. So count is 0-2 to Peyton Weiss. Layton, your base runner at third. Winkler at first. Charlie Clark with the pitch. And that's fouled. Straight down. Couple fresh softballs now for Charlie Clark. Here's the 0-2. Fouled back towards our broadcast location. Weiss squares up. And pitch there, outside, 1-2. We saw an 11-pitch at-bat from Andrea Furr, and we're seeing another strong at-bat so far from Peyton Weiss. See if she can deliver the way Furr did. Here's the pitch. Fouls that off near her hands. And time is called. Nice round of applause for Peyton Weiss, who's able to shake off on that foul ball that came very close to her hands. So the at-bat will continue. Charlie Clark versus Peyton Weiss with 2 runners on for the Tornadoes. Tornadoes trailing 4-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck her out. So Clark able to get another strikeout.
Number 42, Jaden Harlow.
That's her 9th strikeout of the game. And now Tornadoes down to their final out. Harlow to the plate. Harlow hit a home run versus Agnes Scott. That went over that left center field wall. She's capable of that kind of power. Here's the 1-0. Outside 2-0. So Harlow able to get ahead. If the inning continues, Michaela Jones awaits on deck. Runners first and third. Tornadoes. Bottom of the 7th, 2 outs as the pitch there locates. So Clark And the 2-1. Now 2-2 after back-to-back called strikes. The pitch. Slice down the right field line, and that'll be out number 3. The play's made by Taylor. So 2 runners stranded there in the bottom of the 7th. A gallant effort for the Tornadoes. Tornadoes shut down Covenant for much of this game as Covenant did all their damage in that first inning, but Covenant will come away with the win. 4 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors. Tornadoes, 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors. And great effort by the Tornadoes as Clark will get the win for Covenant. She pitched a complete 7 innings, exactly 100 pitches, 4 hits, 2 runs, both unearned, 9 strikeouts, no walks. She was perfect through 5 innings. Tornadoes, Elizabeth Osceola was outstanding in relief of Barr. She went 6 1/3, 4 hits, no runs, 3 strikeouts, no walks, 67 pitches thrown. Tornadoes with base hits from Winkler, Furr, Jones, and Boris, and Furr with the double. Covenant, meanwhile, with their 7 hits, 4 runs, a 2-for-3 day for Leclay, and Carpenter with the big 2-run home run. Duran had an RBI double as well. It all adds up to a 4-2 win for Covenant in Game 1 of this doubleheader. We'll have the second game coming up in about 25 minutes or so. Glad you're able to join us. College softball from the campus of Brevard College. Back here, game number 2 of the doubleheader. Covenant took game 1 4-2. And Tornadoes gearing up for game number 2 now. Elizabeth Osceola, who was outstanding in game 1, will get the start here in game 2. She pitched 6 1/3 shutout innings in game 1 after coming in relief in inning number 1. And looking to keep that momentum going here in game number 2. Her battery mate will be Alyssa Boris behind the dish. At third base for the Tornadoes, Jaden Harlow. At shortstop, Gabby Hooper. At second base, Anna Graves. And at first base, Reagan Winkler. The starting outfield for the Tornadoes, Carly Queen in left, Michaela Jones in center, and Annalie Morris in right. Covenant lineup very similar to what we saw in game number 1. Gracie LeClay will lead things off once again for Covenant. Madison Taylor bats second, Ashlyn Gaines third, Russell, Duran, and Carpenter 4, 5, 6. Phillips, Tisha Holland, which is a new Scott in the lineup, bats eighth, and Kaylee Barnett bats ninth. So ready to get things started here at the BC softball field at 3:09 p.m. Eastern Time. First pitch, and it's a strike from Elizabeth Osceola. Tremendous effort in game 1 from Osceola. Shut down the Scots. Did everything she could to keep the Scots in check as the Tornadoes attempted a comeback. Tornadoes were able to get 2 runs in the 6th, but Covenant held on for the win despite 2 base runners in the bottom of the 7th for the Nados. Here's the 1-1. And that'll be a base hit, soft ground ball from LeClay. And LeClay on the bases. We saw LeClay's speed in game number 1, stolen base, and came around to score in that first inning. As Madison Taylor steps to the plate, the pitch from the left-hander Osceola, comebacker up the middle of the infield, and plays made there nicely by Brevard College defense. Gabby Hooper at that shortstop position. And that'll be out number 1. So now bring up Gaines, starting catcher for Covenant. Runner on second now. Grounder to Hooper again. Quick second out. Gabby Hooper. Cat-like instincts over there at shortstop. Just getting started, game number 2. The pitch from Osceola to Russell. Called strike. Tornadoes under the direction of Bree Sharon, now in her 5th season at the helm of Brevard College softball. Grounder through the right side of the infield. Runner's going to be sent home. Close play at the plate and tagged out by Boris. So the Tornadoes able to get out of the inning. Really well done defensively as LeClay is tagged out at a play at the plate. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Scoreless at the BC softball field. Back here at the BC softball field.
Leading off for Brevard, number 24 from Rockmart, Georgia, Anna Lee Morris.
After a big-time play there for the Tornadoes defensively to get out of that first inning. Anna Lee Morris will lead off for Brevard College. Morris, Jones, Boris, bat 1, 2, 3. Winkler, Graves, Furr, 4, 5, 6. Harlow, Hooper, and Queen, 7, 8, 9. First pitch called strike. It was Anna Lee Morris with her first career start as a Brevard College softball student athlete. We saw her in action in the first game of this doubleheader. Kind of a late arrival to the BC softball roster after playing Brevard College women's basketball throughout the winter. Now she's ready to trade in her sneakers for her cleats and get after it on the softball diamond. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitcher, by the way, for Covenant is Lauren Edgar. After Charlie Clark was outstanding in game number 1, she was perfect through 5 innings. And Lauren Edgar gets the start here in game number 2. She's a sophomore from Blackshear, Georgia, Pierce County High School. We saw some strong pitching in the first game between Osceola and Charlie Clark of Covenant. Now it's Edgar's turn. Good plate discipline there from Morris. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bottom of the first. She slaps this up the third base line, and play will be made. Morris is retired as Phillips is able to connect with Carpenter. That'll bring up Michaela Jones, starting center fielder, sophomore out of Holly Ridge, North Carolina. First pitch to Jones, off the plate, ball 1. Temperatures warmed up significantly since we started this doubleheader. Currently 55 degrees. Sun has continued to peek through the skies. Just a couple days left of daylight savings time. Don't forget to change your clocks overnight Saturday heading into Sunday. 2 balls, no strikes. The pitch. Able to locate there. 2-1. Alyssa Boris awaits on deck. The pitch. Swing and a miss there, 2-2. Brevard looking for their 3rd win of the season had a season opening sweep at Wesleyan College in Macon, Georgia, back in February. As Jones strikes out swinging, and that'll bring up Boris.
Up to bat, 99, Alyssa Boris.
So Boris stepping to the plate with nobody on and 2 outs. The 1-0 from Edgar. Swing and a miss, 1-1. If the inning continues, Winkler awaits on deck. Graves in the hole. Here's the 1-1. Called strike, 1-2. Pitch there, missing. 2-2. Alyssa Boris out of Huger, South Carolina. As she puts this into play, and a base hit for Boris. Nicely done. And base runner aboard for the Nados.
Number 9, Reagan Winkler.
As that'll bring up Winkler. Junior from Valdez, North Carolina. And Edgar with the pitch with 2 outs and a runner on. First pitch called strike. One the count. Pitch from Edgar, low, 2-1. Emily White, assistant coach in the third base box. Coach Bree Sharon coaches at first. As comebacker right there, right back to Edgar for out number 3. So runner stranded after the Boris single will head to the second, scoreless at the BC softball field, game 2 of the doubleheader. Back here at the BC softball field, Elizabeth Osceola goes back to work. Her second inning of work here in this doubleheader, game 2. Pitch 6 1/3 in game number 1. Izzy Duran at the plate. Duran had a big double in the first inning, part of the 4-run frame for the Scots that ultimately was enough for the win. As ground ball here past the diving Anna Graves for a leadoff base hit here in the second. That'll bring up Kathleen Carpenter. She hit a bomb in game 1. Ever since that home run, it's been held in check by Osceola. Home run came off a bar. And the pitch. And it's going to be a pass ball on Alyssa Boris. And a runner will advance to second. So that gets past Boris, and Duran capitalizes on the opportunity to take second base. And the 1-0. Grounder up the first base line, foul. Cassidy Phillips waits on deck. And the pitch. Outside, 2-1. Spring break getting started for the Brevard College student body. Final classes of the midterm season wrapping up this afternoon. As ball there is flown out to center.
Up to bat for the Scots, number 35, Cassidy Phillips.
Jones makes the play in center field for out number 1. So Phillips steps to the plate from the right side. And Phillips calls time to regroup and reset. Base runner on second. The pitch from Osceola. Called strike. Brevard College women's lacrosse will be in action tomorrow if you want to check that out. 1 o'clock start versus NC Wesleyan. USA South Conference opener for the Tornadoes women's lacrosse team. We'll have it here on this YouTube channel. You could also certainly come visit us in person if you're in the area. Love to see you. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. A scoreless game here in the second doubleheader. Men's lacrosse will have 3 home games across the spring break. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Baseball, softball, tennis, all in action as well. Away from home, as strikeout there from Osceola. Really nicely done.
For the Scots, number 16, Tisha Holland.
So Osceola with the K. And that'll bring up Holland. Our first look at Holland this series. Tisha Holland, sophomore out of Guyton, Georgia. Effingham County High School. Left-handed hitter. Against the left-handed pitcher, Osceola. And Osceola able to get that third out. And the Tornadoes will come up to bat in the bottom of the second with your score. Brevard 0, Covenant 0. Bottom of inning number 2, Anna Graves will lead off for Brevard College. Part of so exciting freshman class for the Tornadoes softball program. Graves, Furr, and Harlow due up here in the second. Here's the 0-1. High outside, ball one. Popped up and out of play. Here's the 1-2. Hammered foul. So the at-bat will continue. Two. Well, the Tornadoes will hit the road following this series. Trip to North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina for the Fast Pitch Dreams Tournament. 2 games Tuesday, 2 games Wednesday, a game Thursday. As Graves is retired 5-3. That'll bring up Andrea Furr.
Number 35, Andrea Furr.
Now Furr, in game number 1 of the doubleheader, came in as a pinch hitter and had an incredible at-bat. 11 pitches that culminated with a double to deep right field. And part of the starting lineup here in game 2. First pitch, a ball. Well, following the tournament in North Myrtle Beach, the Tornadoes will stay in the Palmetto State with a pair of games at Spartanburg Methodist on Sunday, March the 16th. And we won't see the Tornadoes back here at home until Saturday, March 22nd, when USA South Conference play gets started with a home series, home doubleheader versus Meredith, as Furr puts that into play, but Edgar is able to handle matters for out number 2.
Up to bat for the Tornadoes.
I'll bring up Jaden Harlow.
Number 42, Jaden Harlow.
Pitch from Edgar. Harlow pops this back and out of play. Harlow, the sophomore from Halifax, Virginia. Came onto the scene last year as a freshman. Played in 34 games, 31 starts. 4 home runs, 4 doubles, 17 RBIs. And this year, she has a home run to her credit. Also has reached base a few times via hit by pitch and walk. As that's fouled off. Criminal justice major here at Brevard College. One of so many fantastic academic offerings here at BC. Pitch there is hammered down the left field line. Well struck, but able to make the play in foul territory is the left fielder, Russell. Frat number 3. Scoreless at the BC softball field. Back here at the BC softball field, Elizabeth Osceola continuing her day.
Batting first for Covenant, number 12, Kaylee Barnett.
And Kaylee Barnett will lead off for the Scots here in the top of the third. Barnett, junior from Coleman, Alabama. Oh, 2 the count now to Barnett. Nice job getting ahead by Osceola. In case you're wondering where Coleman was located, hometown of Kaylee Barnett. Drive due north from Birmingham on your way to Huntsville, and you'll run into Coleman, Alabama. As this is sliced down the right field line and foul out of play despite a big effort there by second baseman Anna Graves. Anna Lee Morris was on the scene as well from that right field position. Osceola with the 1-2. Fouled back, and the at-bat will continue for Barnett. Fouled back again. Becoming a bit of a battle between Osceola and Barnett. Yeah, she takes there, 2-2. Foul ball again. Count will remain 2-2. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming. Pitch from Osceola. And a base hit there. Really nice piece of hitting from Barnett on the ninth pitch of the at-bat. And base runner aboard for Covenant. Meanwhile, trip to the circle for assistant coach Taylor Hanna. Back here at the BC softball field. Runner aboard for the Scots. As Leclae puts this into play, and that'll be a base hit. Or check that, error on Osceola as the comebacker could have been handled. And so now runners first and second. As an error on Osceola, it's Leclae to first base, and that'll bring up Taylor. Well, best of luck to the Brevard College baseball team on the road in Alabama. Getting started this afternoon with a game at another old USA South Conference foe, Huntington, as base hit there is going to load the bases. Taylor, nice piece of hitting to the opposite field. No outs. Brevard College baseball at Huntington today. And then neutral site games Saturday and Sunday in Montgomery, Alabama. They continue their road swing with game at Piedmont on Tuesday, and then pair of games at Southern Virginia and USA South Conference play beginning 1 week from today. So bases are loaded. Big opportunity for the Scots here with no outs. Tenuous situation here for Osceola and the Tornado defense, which is playing very much in with the bases loaded. This is flown, and despite a diving effort for Annalie Morris, ends up out of play, just foul. That would have been trouble had that been in fair territory. One ball, one strike. No outs, bases loaded. Pitch there gets by Boris. It's going to be ruled a wild pitch, and the run will score as Barnett comes across. And there's your first run of Game 2 of the doubleheader. And it's advantage Scots. So Gaines still with an opportunity here with 2 runners aboard, second and third after the wild pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike, no outs. Play there, handled well by Hooper. Winkler makes the play, but it's going to score a run in the process. And the Scots go up 2-0 on the RBI ground out. By Gaines, and that'll bring up Russell. It's now runner at third with 1 out. Pitch from Osiello high. Here's the 1-0. Line drive to right field. Morris tried to make the play to Winkler, and it'll be an RBI single for Taylor. Taylor may have had the opportunity there, Russell rather, may have had the opportunity to take second on that throw that got past Winkler. But a run scores on the RBI single, 3-0. Scott's on top. And we'll have a new pitcher, Logan Mashinsky. New pitcher for the Tornadoes, Logan Mashinsky, the sophomore from Columbia, South Carolina, AC Flora High School. Comes into a situation here with 1 out and a runner at first, as the Scots have capitalized with 3 runs here in the top of the third. And the pitch. Runner going, it'll be a strike on the pitch, stolen base for the base runner, Russell. So 0-1 the count, and now Russell at second base, runner in scoring position for Duran, who hammers that foul. Oh, 2 count, 1 out. Logan Mashinsky in the circle. The pitch. Swing and a miss there. Struck her out. Nicely done to get that second out. And that'll bring up Carpenter.
For the Scots, number 27, Kathleen Carpenter.
And the pitch. Beautiful off-speed offering there for strike one. The pitch from Mashinsky. Clubbed foul and out of play. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. Pitch there, misses outside, 1-2. Runner going and taking third base. And that much closer to a potential 4-0 lead is the base runner, Russell. As that's fouled out of play. Pitch to Carpenter. Fouled off again. Seventh pitch at the at-bat coming between Mashinsky and Carpenter. As that's fouled out of play. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on third. Mashinsky versus Carpenter. The 8th pitch of the at-bat. And it's driven to center field, and that'll be out number 3. So Mashinsky does her job, strands the base runner. Scott's able to get 3 runs, however, in that third inning. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Your score, Covenant 3, Brevard 0. Back here at the BC softball field, 3-0 Covenant on top.
Batting first, for Brevard, the shortstop from Robbinsville, North Carolina, number 22, Gabby Hooper.
Charlie Clark has checked into the game for Covenant. She was the starting pitcher in game number 1. She's now playing center field and batting first. Gabby Hooper such a presence for Brevard College throughout her career, now in her senior season. You think of Hooper, you think of Carly Queen, players who've been here since day one of their freshman year, now in their senior season. Consistent parts of Brevard College starting lineups throughout their career, as this is skied to left field for out number 1. And right on cue, here's Carly Queen, fellow senior. Bases empty, 1 out here in the bottom of the 3rd. The pitch to Queen. High, ball 1. One the count after that take. Foul ball there. Better keep your head on a swivel here at the BC softball field. Beware of batted balls. As grounder there to 3rd. And Queen's retired. And that'll bring up Anna Lee Morris, starting right fielder, leadoff hitter. See members of the Brevard College women's basketball team here to support Anna Lee Morris, the dual sport athlete. Cameras out. Got the video feeds going and ready to report on matters here at the BC softball field. As Morris fouls that off. What a season for Brevard College women's basketball. Big kudos to the Tornadoes under the direction of head coach Donald Hudson. By the way, if you check out the Brevard College Instagram page, a feature on Coach Hudson, Flashback Friday from the USA South Conference. As grounder here to short for out number 3. And that'll end the 3rd inning. We'll head to the 4th with your score. Covenant 3, Brevard 0. We head to the top of the fourth. Covenant ahead 3-0 as Logan Mashinsky continues her relief appearance. Phillips, Holland, and Barnett due up for Covenant. Mashinsky's been sharp since entering this contest. One the count. Nice to see members of the Brevard College football team in attendance, just coming off the completion of their spring practice. Also, members of the BC football coaching staff supporting BC softball. As pop up there to Harlow for out number 1. That'll bring up Tisha Holland.
Betting for the Scouts, number 16, Tisha Holland.
Designated player for Covenant. Left-handed hitter against the right-handed Mashinsky. Here's the 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. And the pitch. Outside. 2-1. Grounder to the right side of the infield. Handled nicely by Graves. Flips it over to Winkler for out number 2. Bring up Barnett. Barnett, we saw in a big battle earlier this game. Alabama native. Lays down that bunt. Mashinsky to Winkler. 1-2-3 inning for Mashinsky and the Tornadoes defense. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. 3-0 Covenant. New pitcher for Covenant. Maddie Bowden replaces Lauren Edgar. Bowden, the sophomore left-hander from Ball Ground, Georgia.
For Brevard College, the center fielder from Holly Ridge, North Carolina, number 2, Michaela Jones.
So Edgar goes 3 innings, no runs, 1 hit, a strikeout, no walks. 44 pitches, 10 batters faced. As Bowden now takes over. And first up for the Tornadoes, Michaela Jones. Jones Boris Winkler. Here in the bottom of the fourth, Tornadoes in a hole similar to what they saw in game one of the doubleheader, down 4-0 for much of that game until a late comeback made it 4-2. Foul bunt makes it 0-2. Jones. Bunt once again, foul. And it'll be a strikeout on the foul bunt. So that'll bring up Boris. Boris 1 for 1 in this contest. Also had a hit in game one of the doubleheader. Pitch there across the plate, strike one. In fact, Boris, the only hit for the Tornadoes in this contest so far. Here's the 0-1. And make it a 2-for-2 day for Alyssa Boris, as Winkler will step to the plate. With the runner on board. So opportunity here for the Nados. One out, runner at first. Winkler at the plate. Boris, your base runner. First pitch there, strike to Winkler. Pitch there in the dirt, 1-1. Pinch runner coming into the contest. It's going to be Kaylee Marr, freshman from Silva, North Carolina. Just up the road from us here. As Marr gives the Tornadoes some quickness on the base paths. One ball, one strike to Winkler. Now 2-1 count. Make it 3-1. Marr diving back to first base to evade the pickoff attempt from the catcher. It's hammered foul. 3-2. Anna Graves awaits on deck. And ball four, Winkler able to draw the walk. And runners at first and second for the Nados.
Number 00, Anna Graves.
As Anna Graves was announced, but now we're going to have a switch apparently. Anna Graves was announced all the way to the batter's box, but it'll instead be Lauren Mann, the senior, So bringing in the veteran presence of Lauren Mann here in this big situation. Tying run at the plate in the form of Mann. The pitch. Mann. First pitch swinging, and it's foul. Runner at first is Marr. Runner at second, rather, is Marr. Runner at first is Winkler. Lauren Mann at the plate. Madison Bowden, the pitcher, as this ball travels a long way, but foul. Over the fence, but foul down that left field line. Got a few fans out there in left field. Enjoying that mammoth foul ball. And then a caught stealing at third. So that'll be out number 2 as Mars retired. Great throw by Gaines, the catcher. Gunning down the base runner. So now 2 outs. So situation changes quite a bit for Bowden. And Lauren Mann now will have to deal with a 2-out situation. Runner at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Fouled out of play. And the pitch. Lauren Mann. Incredible discipline to lay off that offering as the count runs full. Swing and a miss. Great pitch from Bowden to strand the base runner and get Covenant out of the jam. 3-0 your score. We head to the bottom of the 4th. Back here at the BC softball field. Top of inning number 5. And Charlie Clark, who entered the game as a center fielder, will step to the plate to lead off things in the top of the 5th. Mashinsky with the pitch. Clark puts it in play. Handled by Hooper. Over to Winkler for out number 1. I'll bring up Madison Taylor. Junior from Louisville, Kentucky. And the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Taylor 1 for 2 with a run scored in this second game of the doubleheader. Ball 2. Two 2-1 after Mashinsky's able to get that called strike. The pitch. Lifted to right field, and Annalie Morris makes the play for out number 2. Bring up Ashlyn Gaines. Senior catcher, had a nice play defensively in the last half inning. Caught stealing. Tornado base runner over at third. Pop up, and Mashinsky's going to take care of business. A 1-2-3 inning for Logan Mashinsky and the Tornado defense. Mashinsky's looked outstanding here in relief. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Covenant 3, Brevard 0. Andrea Furr will lead off for the Tornadoes here in the 5th. Madison Bowden continuing her relief appearance, as this is a sky-high fly ball to left field, and that'll be out number 1. We'll bring up Jaden Harlow.
Up to bat for the Nados, the third baseman, number 42, Jaden Harlow.
So Harlow steps into the batter's box. On deck for the Tornadoes, Gabby Hooper. As Harlow takes ball 1. Pitch there, low, ball 2. A bloop base hit by Harlow. She'll take it, and a base hit puts Harlow at first base as Tornadoes see what they get going here in the fifth, down 3-0. And Gabby Hooper will step to the plate. Meanwhile, quick conference at the circle. Carly Queen now on deck. And looks like we'll have a pinch runner at first base for Harlow. It'll be Addie McDougal.
Now running first base for Brevard, number 20, Addie McDougal.
So McDougal, some wheels at first base. Gabby Hooper steps to the plate. One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Pitch from Bowden, strike one. Swing and a miss there. Actually got a tiny piece of it on the foul tip. 0-2 the count, and Bowden ahead early against Hooper. Hooper fouls that in the direction of third base coach Emily White. Emily White, one of the more accomplished Brevard College softball student athletes in this program's history. Big career numbers from White, now part of the coaching staff. Taylor Hanna, assistant coach for Brevard College, also a BC softball alum. White was a third baseman. Hanna was a catcher. As this is grounded to second, runner advances to second on the play, but it'll be out number 2. Pinch hitter will be Evie Layton. And opportunity here for Layton. Layton out of Orlando, Florida, University High School. And the current president of the Student Athlete Advisory Committee here at Brevard College. Really appreciate Evie's leadership in that role. Pennies for the Purpose currently happening as the main initiative for SAC. If you're at a Brevard College athletic event, see how you can chip in. It's a competition across the USA South who can raise the most, they say pennies, but you can make a modest donation of a few pennies or maybe some silver, maybe even a silver dollar or two, or if you even want to go up from there. No amount's too large. And it's a competition between all the schools in the USA South, all the student athlete advisory committees, to see who can raise the most money. And the money will go to a local charity, a great cause that happens every year, coordinated by the USA South. So I hope you can come on out here to a Brevard College athletic event and get involved. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. Layton, your batter. Pitch from Bowden. Jam down the third base line, and that'll be out number 3. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Covenant 3, Brevard 0. Logan Mashinsky continuing her relief appearance for the Tornadoes. She's been outstanding. 2 2/3 innings and has been perfect. No runs, no hits, no walks. Has retired all 8 batters she has faced, including 1 strikeout. 4 flyouts, 3 groundouts, and a strikeout. And now she'll go to work against Russell, who has had one of the hottest bats for the Scots. She's 2 for 2 with an RBI. Shinsky's first time facing Russell. The pitch. Grounder right up the middle. It's a 3 for 3 day for Russell. And a base runner aboard for the Covenant Scots.
Batting for the Scots, number 4, Izzy Duran.
I'll bring up Duran. Scots would love an insurance run. Tornadoes would love to keep the Scots in check and keep this deficit manageable, trailing 3-0. Pitch there outside, ball 1. Pitch from Mashinsky. Grounder to Hooper. Nicely done. To retire Duran. That'll bring up Carpenter. 1 down here in the top of the 6th. And the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Good looking pitch. Completely fooling Carpenter. And the 1-1. Driven to center field. And a diving catch made. Brilliantly done out in center by Jones. Michaela Jones laying out and making the play for out number 2. So runner holds at second in the process. Big time play there. Highlight reel type stuff from Michaela Jones. And now 2 down. As this is put into play to left field. And the play is made there by Evie Layton. So the Tornadoes with a couple of good-looking plays in the outfield, highlighted by Jones's diving catch in center. Retires the Scots in the top of the 6th. Tornadoes down to their final 6 outs. Need to get the bats going. 3-0 your score at the BC softball field. Update from Montgomery, Alabama. Tornadoes baseball up early in the first inning, 2-0 on top of the host Huntington. And here at the BC softball field, Tornadoes trailing 3-0 here in the bottom of the sixth. Top of the order, Annalee Morris will get the first crack at it. She fouls that back. Here's the 0-1. Morris able to hold off on that check swing. 1-1 the count. Make it 2-1. Comebacker off of Bowden. That's a base hit for Annalee Morris.
Up to bat for the NATO's number 44, Valerie Sorrell.
Valerie Sorrell will pinch hit for the NATOs with Morris at first base. The senior Sorrell by the way, congratulations, Annalee Morris. First career hit as a collegiate softball student athlete. We documented a number of firsts for her on the women's basketball side during her freshman campaign for the Tornadoes. Now getting it done in softball. So Valerie Sorrell at the plate. We saw Lauren Mann earlier, part of that senior class. Sorrell, senior as well. Sorrell, Olivia Martinez, Gabby Hooper, Lauren Mann, Carly Queen. All part of the senior class this season, as a wild pitch is going to advance the runner.
Up to bat for the NATOs, the catcher, number 99.
As Sorrell's retired, that'll bring up Boris. Ball in the dirt. 1-0 the count. Alyssa Boris. With an opportunity here with the runner in scoring position. She's 2 for 2 here in game 2 of this doubleheader. See if she can keep the hot bat going as she blasts this down the left field line, but it's ruled foul. Oh my, that was razor close. Boris, gotta love the competitive spirit. Ready to get right back after it. A hard hit ground ball that just missed being fair, as this is popped up and out of play. Good awareness by the scorer's table and the fans in attendance. Got to keep your head on a swivel here at the BC softball field. So that foul ball came right near our operations center as this is fouled out of play. One out, runner on second. Tornadoes still very much in this ball game. Alyssa Boris, the South Carolina native, takes a strike. And that'll be strike three. So Boris is retired. And that'll bring up Winkler as the Tornadoes down to their final 4 outs. Winkler with the opportunity. Winkler 0 for 1 has drawn a walk in this game. And the pitch. Lifted to left field for out number 3. So we'll head to the top of the 7th. Your score, Covenant 3, Brevard 0. So we head to the top of the 7th. Logan Mashinsky has been excellent. 3 2/3 innings, allowed just 1 hit, no runs. And she'll go back to work here, trying to keep her club in it. Tisha Holland, the batter for the Scots. Holland takes a strike there, 1-1. One, two now the count. Left side of the infield for the Tornadoes at your typical depth. Harlow at third, Hooper at short. Three-two the count. Anna Graves in typical depth of play as well at second base. Reagan Winkler, the first baseman for the Tornadoes. Quick conference between Holland and head coach Dr. Bill Higley. Critical juncture of this contest. Covenant seeking perhaps an insurance run or two. Tornadoes trying to hold the Scots at this 3-run advantage to give their offense a chance in the bottom of the 7th. And a full count situation here. Mashinsky versus Holland. Pitch. Ball 4, so Holland takes ball 4. And we'll have a pinch runner at first. As Emma Baltzerzen is now running at first base. So, some fresh legs at first. So, Baltzerzen, base runner at first. Kaylee Barnett at the plate for Covenant. Barnett 1 for 2 with a run scored. And the 0-1. Low and inside, 1-1. Shallow center field. Jones able to make the play. And that'll be out number 1. Bring up Charlie Clark. She entered the game in center field in that leadoff position. Was the starting pitcher, was outstanding. Perfect game through 5 innings. In game 1, she got the victory in the circle. Now in relief is hitting leadoff and playing center field. Mashinsky misses on that first offering, 1-0. Runner going, and that'll be a stolen base for Baltzerzen. Pitch was a called strike, so 1-1 the count with 1 out. And now Baltzerzen in scoring position. And a foul ball as Harlow laid out for it. As that was hammered foul down that third base line by Charlie Clark. Redshirt freshman from Mount Juliet, Tennessee. And a swing and a miss there, so Mashinsky with a strikeout. Her second of the game. And that'll bring up Madison Taylor. 2 outs here, runner on second. Mashinsky winds up and the pitch. Grounder to Harlow. Harlow able to make the play to Winkler for out number 3. Final 3 outs for the Tornadoes. Rally caps are on here at the BC softball field. Covenant 3, Tornado 0, middle 7th. Bottom of the 7th, last chance for the Tornadoes, trailing 3-0.
Up the bat for Brevard, the second baseman from Blythewood, South Carolina, number 00, Anna Graves.
Anna Graves will lead off, followed by Andrea Furr and Jaden Harlow. So some strong hitters here for the Tornadoes. Opportunity here as Bowden able to retire Graves. Really nicely done by the third baseman.
Up the bat for the Nados, the DP, number 35, Andrea
Cassidy
Furr.
Phillips getting down on her knees and making that play. Really nicely done as Andrea Furr steps to the plate. Pitch there high. So final 2 outs for the Nados. Running out of daylight here. Trying to see if they can get the bats going to mount a comeback. Trailing by 3, and that's just what the doctor ordered. Andrea Furr with a stand-up double. Now, it feels like Groundhog Day because she did the same thing in the 7th inning of game number 1 of this doubleheader. Furr with 2 doubles, both coming in 7th inning situations.
Number 42, Jaden Harlow.
And that'll bring up Jaden Harlow. So Tornadoes not done yet. Harlow at the plate. Gabby Hooper on deck. Andrea Furr, the runner at second. Pitch there, across the plate, strike 1. Bowden, just like Mashinsky's been excellent in relief. Now 3 1/3 shutout innings. As this is lined to short, and that'll be out number 2 as Furr slides into third base successfully. But the Tornadoes down to their final out
The Nados, the shortstop, number 22,
as Gabby Hooper, the senior, steps to the plate, seeing if she can keep things alive for the Nados. Bowden looking to close things out for the Scots. Pitch. Across the plate, strike 1. The pitch. Fouled out of play, 0-2. The Tornadoes down to their final strike now. Trailing 3-0. Base runner on third. The pitch to Hooper in the dirt. 1-2. Gabby Hooper steps to the plate. The pitch from Bowden, the lefty, popped up. And play will be made there by the shortstop, Barnett, and that'll be out number 3. And Covenant is going to earn a doubleheader sweep here on the campus of Brevard College. So final score 3-0. Brevard, no runs on 5 hits, 1 error. Covenant, 3 runs, 7 hits, no errors. And got to hand it to Covenant, especially their pitching. Edgar and Bowden shutting out the Tornadoes, allowing just 5 hits. And Covenant able to come away with the win. And once again, they took an early lead, 3-0 this time in the third. And they held on from there. Brevard College had a 2-hit game from Boris. Also Furr with another double. Harlow and Morris had base hits as well. Logan Mashinsky, a real bright spot in the circle. 4 2/3 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk. Did not allow an extra base hit and allowed just the 2 base runners. Covenant able to come away with 2 wins, 4-2 in game 1, 3-0 in game number 2 of the doubleheader. Tornadoes will hit the road to North Myrtle Beach for tournament beginning next week during spring break. And best of luck to the Tornadoes as they hit the road for a bit here before we see them back here at the BC softball field following spring break. Well, appreciate you tuning in wherever you may be tuning in from. Fun day of softball here on the NCAA Division III level between Brevard College and Covenant College. Best of luck to baseball this weekend. Hope to see you at women's lacrosse tomorrow. That's a 1 o'clock start at Islamel Family Field, also on this YouTube channel. And hope to see you down the road at a Brevard College athletic event. Big thanks to those who helped behind the scenes. Sports Information Director Joseph Marvin, Eric Freet on public address, and the BC volleyball team helping operationally behind the scenes as well. Game number 2 of the doubleheader goes to the Scots. Your final score for the final time, Covenant 3, Brevard 0. Go Tornadoes.